Английский язык, английский язык.
Здравствуйте. 1, 2, 3. У меня есть вопрос.
А на суфлеры же сигнал нужен.
Эй! Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3.
for drugs. New innovative health technologies require additional costs from the payers, and that's why the more flexible innovative agreements are being used now. On this slide, you see the models of innovative agreements. Risk-sharing agreement is when several parties, like two parties, agree to take certain risks related to the effectiveness of treatment of certain nosology or with certain drugs. Cost-sharing agreement is a more popular agreement in practice. In this case, the payer, one party is agreeing to buy certain amount of drugs, and there is the upper limit, like a threshold established. Such model can be of different models. Model based on the subscription. It's a new exotic model. This is subscription for the delivery of drugs. There are also subscriptions, like there are subscriptions for music or movies, and here it is a subscription for the delivery of drugs. So on the one side, we have a manufacturer. On the other side, we have a patient who partially pays for his treatment. And there could be the third party, which is the state, which also partially pays for the treatment of the patient. Next is pricing based on prescriptions. And each new prescription will have its own price. Also, the average pricing, where the price is identified based on the average price on the same product. There could be also budget limits where there is a certain budget limit established. There could be also a direct discount when the discount is offered irrespective of the number of patients or the dose of the drug, and when there is a fixed price for the course of the therapy. As a result of the use of such innovative, more flexible agreements, patients get increased warranties and faster access to healthcare, and also saving opportunities. On this slide, you see both current and proposed reimbursement models, especially models for the payment of genetic therapy. There is a model for the distributed payment, payment for the outcome, subsidies to the patients, direct payments, loans to the patients, reinsurance, extended insurance policy, third party as a loan provider. Also, an interesting model is health coins, where the outcomes of the therapy are converted into the common currency. For example, if the diabetes mellitus patients, they're controlling the quality of their life, controlling the markers, how their disease is developing, and that means during their life period, the patients can get some bonuses from the government for taking care of their health, and can get some bonuses from the commercial company as well. Depending on the aims, the agreements can be separated into financially oriented, clinically oriented, individual and populational, outcome-oriented, decision-oriented, coverage-oriented, and oriented at getting the evidence of the real efficiency of the drug in clinical practice. The in order to make drugs more affordable, some state pricing regulation measures can be used, negotiations with manufacturers, also agreements of managed entry agreements, and more flexible drugs provision schemes. On this slide, you see the number of agreements on risk sharing among countries. In other healthcare systems, the more open one for such agreements was Italy, and you can see indicators or figures for other countries. And the highest number of risk-sharing agreements were concluded in the oncological field, because this is one of the fields where we have the most of the expensive, innovative technologies. There are certain advantages and disadvantages of such agreements. Advantage is reducing the cost for the payer, increasing accessibility of innovations, increased forecastability, developing new approaches of therapy, and fast process of studying or researching the new drugs in the current conditions. There are also disadvantages. These are high economic costs, non-transparency of the agreements, and possible conflict of interest. Also, such agreements are being concluded everywhere in the world, in our country as well, and concluding more flexible agreement models accelerate access to innovations and technologies that don't pass the HTA, that don't get the positive recommendation. They, as a solution, can move to such flexible agreements, the ability to attract new technologies and low level of administration of projects. In our country, we give the priority to drugs that are included in certain lists, and we also have low interest of payers. On this slide, you see the experience of the use of innovative models for reimbursement of drug costs. Tisagenlecleucel. This is the drug that is used in the frames of the CAR-T immune therapy to treat children with chronic melaleucos, which in many cases has the very difficult outcomes, and the result of the treatment could be the increased remission period, but in many cases it could be also curing. And this drug is applied only once, and the cost could go up to $1 million USD. And how can we make such drugs accessible and affordable to the patients? It's quite difficult. Some countries, in order to ensure access of the patients to this drug, and patients are usually kids, used different models for reimbursement, and in each model they have a certain approach for reimbursement. In Italy, Spain, and other countries, they use the model for state reimbursement based on the therapy outcomes. So in each model, there will be its own reimbursement policy for each country. In Britain, the state reimbursement was conducted based on the HTA and further collection of evidences. And in Britain and France, it was a long-term project, because they were basing on clinical and economic outcomes of the HTA. And in these countries, it was a more long-term project. In general, these countries that have the opportunity of allowing access to patients to such drugs, they use more flexible models for reimbursement of treatment costs. On this slide, you see the example of Czech Republic for using the everolimus drug. The level of compensation reimbursement was based on the outcomes, and there was a model built that reflects the correlation between the period and the costs, and the model where we have 90% duration of treatment, which is around 5 months. Patients that responded to treatment received the reimbursement, which is 14.7%. So the more matches we had, the assessment of the outputs of the treatment and data about the duration of the therapy in this study, the more the government could save on this. Here on this slide, you see the result of the research that was conducted in 5 countries, Italy, Spain, Britain, France, and there was a survey and also additional 30 minutes interview of decision makers about reimbursement for treatment. They considered several models that could have had a positive impact on access of the patients. First model, model based on subscriptions. It's a new model, as I already said, when they subscribed to get delivery of the drugs, also pricing based on the prescriptions and the average weight pricing. So the study was about how these different models could positively impact on the access. In France, the result was that none of these models could have a positive impact on the access of the patients because reimbursement is based on the comparative clinical effectiveness. And in places where the decisions are made based on clinical effectiveness, they don't consider the costs much. That's why even the simple discount wasn't an important factor. I also mentioned that Italy is more open to new models, innovative reimbursement models to ensure access of the patients. And here, apart from the average pricing model, all other models had positive impact for ensuring access of patients to drugs. In Spain, they highly appreciated the role of the model on subscriptions, also pricing based on prescriptions, and the average pricing model. But the model based on subscriptions, that was the highest model or highly appreciated model. In Great Britain, they also highly evaluated the model based on subscription, but their model is based on economic effectiveness and cost and general effectiveness, and not on the cost negotiations. In conclusion, I'd like to say that innovative models is just a partial solution of the problem of the delayed access of patients to new drugs, because the quality of clinical and non-clinical data are still the key factors. But at the same time, in the conditions of permanent price rising for drugs, in the conditions of the deficit around the world, the use of the new flexible models is a new opportunity, a new reality for us. There is not one single model, and the legislation should consider opportunity for using various flexible models, and this should be adjusted to the specifics of a certain nosology or treatment protocol, and implementation of decisions should be based on negotiation procedures between the payer and the manufacturer, which are unfortunately not used in our country.
That is why it's extremely important to have all the necessary procedures in order to carry out the HTA and also make the decision on either including a certain drug or not into a list. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Bahadgul, for such an interesting presentation. I believe that maybe at the end of our symposium, we will have a Q&A session and have a good discussion. And now I would like to make an announcement that this event is supported by Novartis in Kazakhstan, and you can receive a compliment from the sponsor and from the organizer. You have the boxes with some sweets on the left from us, and there is also the agenda of the event by the door. If you don't have it yet, feel free to take it. Now let me give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Zafar Vahidov, partner of Vahidov and Partners legal firm, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. He will talk about the key issues on implementing innovative models for pharmaceutical provisions from the legal point of view. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for being here with us. Yesterday, we talked a lot about HTA. And the previous speaker talked about risk sharing and cost sharing models. In my presentation, I would like to talk more about the legal aspects, how this procedure is regulated, or rather not regulated in our country, in Kazakhstan, what is possible. So I will just give a general overview at a high level, what is possible in different areas and which legal acts need to be revised in order for these models to become available. So first of all, disclaimer regarding the sponsorship, conflict of interest, and use of these materials. Just a couple words about myself. Thank you, Alima, for introducing me. I am a partner of a legal firm. It is a regional firm that operates in Central Asian countries and specifically in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We're the first and only legal firm focusing on medical sector. We work with pharmaceutical companies and many other stakeholders in this area. Thank you. The first part of my presentation is dedicated more to the legal framework that we have. I will maybe skip this slide. Yesterday, we had a lot of presentations that were similar to this slide. They covered about the regulation and what HTA is. So I think I'm going to skip this regulation of HTA. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But let me show you another brief slide. It might not be directly applicable to the innovative models within the basic medical care package. This is something we have in 2020, and we can start using the advanced therapy as a part of this package. You know that there are biotechnological and bioengineering methods of producing different drugs. Now it's becoming more and more available. There is a regulation mechanism regarding the drugs that are produced at the industrial level. Generally speaking, this is a guidelines as to what's happening, and we're happy to see all these steps being taken in Kazakhstan regarding the legal framework. It provides access to the market. Today, we will talk about how this access could be improved, specifically in application to the innovative therapy within the medical care provided by the government and by the insurance fund. Now I would like to show you a number of requirements to drugs. I'm sure you are aware of those requirements, and also their procurement within the basic medical care package. All the drugs need to be registered, they need to be part of the register, and moreover, we know that there are many different lists and registers, like we heard yesterday. There are 8 lists altogether, and now there is a call upon regulation. We need to have a transparent and easier access to the market by the new drugs. They need to be included into this list of procurement and thus becoming more affordable for the population of Kazakhstan. Another important aspect that was raised by the previous speaker is the price regulation. In Kazakhstan, the situation is quite unique. In Kazakhstan, prices are regulated for almost all the drugs. It is done in many various ways through international reference pricing and many other ways. It is also done through the reference at the historical data, meaning the import over the last 12 months. Why am I showing you this slide? Let me explain a little bit. When we talk about the procurement models and delivery models, as well as risk sharing and cost sharing models, this type of regulation creates huge risks for the pharmaceutical companies and for the industry as a whole. Because regulation means that if you import something at a certain price, it means that the regulator can challenge your price later on. So on the one hand, a company might want to sell drugs maybe with a discount or maybe even for free within the models that the previous speaker discussed. But there is also a certain risk that maybe this average price will be challenged, like I said earlier. A couple more words about a legal framework of drugs procurement within the basic medical care package. Of course, the highest law is the Code of the Republic of Kazakhstan on the health of the population. Next, there are rules and decrees. We call it rules number 375. And various other decrees, forms for documents, lists, rules, regulations, rules for development of formularies, rules for procurement, and so on and so forth. We do not show the complete legal framework. We are just drawing your attention to the main documents. I'm just showing you that this regulation creates a very good and structured approach to the drug procurement. At the same time, it makes it quite rigid, meaning it is not flexible and it doesn't enable us to introduce the innovative models of accessing drugs to the market within the guaranteed medical care package. Price regulation, I just talked about that. The current rules that we have stipulate that the prices are fixed and they cannot be higher than the prices that were introduced over the last 12 months. So this is regulated by the Code of Health and by the rules for procurement. As well as by the price regulation rules. And just for your information, different ways of drug procurement. We understand that there is a direct procurement by the medical facility. There are tenders, there are requests for proposals, and then there is a procurement through distributors. Most drugs are procured for the basic medical care package, and they are procured through the single distributors through SK Pharmacia. And we also grouped other methods of procurement through foreign manufacturers, through local manufacturers, through international organizations and UN organizations. And why did I show you legal framework a couple slides ago? In all the legal acts, whether it's rule for procurement or any other legal document, there is a clear regulation as well as the standard agreements. And it seems that maybe standard agreements don't regulate everything completely. And I'm talking about maybe the rules for delivery. And this is something I've been dealing with personally when signing such agreements with my clients. On the other hand, these agreements regulate quite strongly how a supplier is determined and how the price is fixed. So this standard agreement that we have at the moment, together with some rules, they allow for alternative ways of procurement of drugs. The price is fixed. In some cases, it can be fixed even after the determination of the supplier, after the tender has been carried out. The price can be reviewed and lowered using some alternative methods. And unfortunately, it cannot be prescribed in the standard agreements because they are approved and they are standardized. The same goes regarding the procurement through tender. There is also a form of agreement that needs to be signed once the contract has been awarded. And if the potential supplier does not agree with the price, the supplier has the option to cancel the agreement, but in reality, this is very hard to do, and suppliers don't actually do it. So on the one hand, these agreements are regulated in a lot of details, and it doesn't really allow for any other ways of procurement. And any negotiations before the contract signature is not enough to lower the prices. And a similar comment regarding procurement through web portal. It is now widely used by SK Pharmacia over the last 3-4 years. This process became more transparent, more competitive, but at the same time, and again, there is a standard agreement, and any modifications can be introduced only in very specific cases. As for conclusion of long-term contracts for drugs delivery, again, there is a standard agreement. It's a long-term agreement. But it is regulated a little bit less, so it gives more leeway for negotiations and agreements. But generally, this regulation of procurement allows both parties to have innovative ways of delivery through risk sharing or cost sharing. Conclusion of long-term agreements for delivery of regional patented drugs. This is the next item on the list, and the list for procurement is developed, and there is a certain deadline for delivery. Usually it is within a year that this contract is in force, and that also covers the drugs that are procured through the single distributor, and the final price is fixed by the additional agreement. And another way of procurement that is quite often used for the original drugs, procurement from the international manufacturers. And now more and more SK Pharmacia procures through international organizations, including UN agencies. And it's quite interesting, and I wanted to outline that legal documents prescribe the specific cases in which this can be done. It just says that the drug has no analogs, but basically the details are not prescribed, and it is up to SK Pharmacia to decide when such procurement is done through the international organizations. And maybe within this event, we wanted to draw attention to the fact that if new models of drugs procurement can be developed, that can be regulated as well, and then we would have a better access to drugs by the patients. In the next part of my presentation, I would like to talk about the introduction of the innovative ways of drug delivery. We list legal documents that regulate this area, and we believe that a number of these documents need to be modified to include risk sharing, cost sharing, so all the models that the other speaker touched upon. We need to make possible for these models to be implemented, and that requires a high-level modification of the health code. And of course, the rules for procurement need to be changed. This is the rule number 375. These rules prescribe all the steps and requirements in a lot of detail. It also includes the price regulation. And I underline once again that there should be such cases in these documents when we talk about procurement through new ways or innovative ways, new models. It also includes advanced cutting-edge therapy within the guaranteed package of medical care. Within rules number 375, maybe we need to have an additional chapter which would regulate the procurement of drugs through such alternative ways. Yes, we need to make sure that all the rules are transparent and clear, and the patient's rights, the patient's interest, and the interest of the budget of the fund all need to be met, while at the same time the international suppliers, the company leaders and innovators need to make sure that the procurement method is transparent and they can make a lot of new innovative drugs available for the Kazakhstani population, thus saving a lot of lives. The same goes towards the rules for monitoring and assessment of the effective drugs. On the current slide, I wanted to say that HTA includes many different activities. These are different stages, stages of the second type of events. So basically, it is the expert review, preparation of the report, the review of report, and one of the options of how we could include HTA into the rules. We could also include the negotiations into the HTA process. So maybe after the analysis and before making the decision, this step could be included. But actually, it can happen before this step or even after it. We believe that the possibility of negotiation should be provided by the rules so that there is an opportunity to discuss one or the other model, because we cannot prescribe a specific model in the rules, including the percentage of regulation of payment, the percent of the price, etc., or which party carries what percent of risk. I believe that in each specific case, this needs to be individualized, and it's related to all the HTA. I believe that needs to be done through negotiation process, and of course, then they need to lay foundation for the agreement that will be concluded. This is to make sure that the process is transparent and it meets the interest of the patient and budget and the government.
Основные моменты, которые
So these were the main aspects I wanted to cover today. So this presentation is more like the guideline to what to start from in order to then go deeper into details of this. And we as a firm, as a company, presented on this market, and I believe other companies, sponsors of this event, are open to this procedure as well. We need to work here together with the experts, with the state organizations, and together with the companies on the market. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Many thanks, Zafar, for your very interesting presentation. Indeed, introduction of the innovative models for pharmaceuticals has certain difficulties, and these difficulties and challenges are present not just in Kazakhstan, but in all countries around the world. And in the process of negotiations with all stakeholders, we need to find the compromises and need to understand the value of such negotiations for all parties. And our next speaker, Mr. Aldar Jaksebekov, head of Novartis Oncology Kazakhstan Subdivision, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, Novartis Pharma Services AG in the Republic of Kazakhstan. He will tell us about what does HTA outcome mean and the role of negotiation procedures and opportunities for innovative models. Good day, dear colleagues, dear participants of the conference. On behalf of the Novartis company, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for a great organization on giving us the opportunity to have this discussion platform for different parties of the being participants of the process to ensure the arrangement of the process. And my presentation in general is more like an encouragement for discussion and for having some talks and discussions. We have several parties or stakeholders who are players in this process of ensuring access of patients to some drugs and ensuring access of drugs to the market. Being the staff of Novartis, I'd like to note that this presentation is only devoted for the healthcare professionals and companies. So let's go back to the definition of the aims and outcomes of HTA. So the main purpose is the assessment of comparative evidence, and the result, the outcome, is the report on HTA. We think that in this statement that is a definition in our legislation, there are some things missing. And among these missing things, we believe we need to add something, at least to the explanation of the result of the HTA. We need to add such a notion as problem areas or issues or challenges, because usually after the HTA we identify some problems, some unsolved issues, and as one of the results of HTA we propose to think about the list of problem areas that we need to solve in order to ensure access to the stated therapy or access to technology for our patients. Health technologies assessment, as you understand, is quite a costly procedure. And the costs, if you see the figures on the screen, we regularly forget about the human resources and how much time experts spend, and actually how much time we spend to attract the experts. And if we look at Europe, these are more than 1,300 studies that should be analyzed. And leaders in Europe, we usually name France and UK, and their costs are around 160 billion USD in France and 21 billion USD in the United Kingdom. In Kazakhstan, as it was noted by Adlet yesterday, We know the exact figures. We know the figures of, for example, how many HTAs were conducted in Kazakhstan, but the costs are not disclosed. And we regularly have different costs. We talk about the simple HTA. Usually, this is the applicant who's paying. If we talk about complex or integrated technologies, usually it's part of the priorities plan, and this could be covered from the government. But we still need to pay attention that HTA bionosologists, if we take the European data, oncological technologies are the leaders. So around 23–25% of all of the technologies that are being assessed are in the oncology field. The manufacturer also carries significant costs before the registration, but starting from the moment of registration and from the moment of starting the HTA here locally in Kazakhstan, we have 3 types of reports as a result of the HTA. We have a full report, and also pay attention to the involvement of the number of experts and time that is given by regulation for this report preparation. It's around 12 months or sometimes more than a year. Then we have a brief report that's for 1 quarter, and then we have the reference report, which is 1 month. And again, even for that, we have not just 1 expert involved. Talking about pharmaceuticals, we always have full report for 12 months. After the report is produced, and HTA can be conducted by the working body regulated by the order and some other independent organizations. After that, we have to go through the expert statement or expertise by the experts' opinions. And then the commission is gathered, and the commission is making the decision on whether to include the technology to the list or not. If we compare this process with the figures that we saw on the previous slide, we can say that number of non-inclusions to the guaranteed benefit package is much lower than the inclusions, so the negative statements are less than positive ones. But still, these are the costs that are not proved by the experts of the Formulary Commission, and the drugs are then not becoming accessible to patients. As today we already heard in the previous 2 presentations, and yesterday we also talked about the fact that there is the proposal to include a regulated negotiation procedure to our process of the access to innovative technologies for our patients. We need to think about where we can put it. When HTA and expert analysis leads to identification of some problem areas, it would be good if the manufacturer would have a regulated opportunity for negotiations. Maybe the question is in the cost, we can discuss it. Maybe there are some uncertainties in the clinical effectiveness, but we can still clarify some things. So there could be many questions that could be discussed and negotiated, and then we can get a final result for the single distributor. In our practice, it usually happens that a regulated product comes to the single distributor, and then the single distributor, in the frames of the Order 375, starts negotiations on decreasing costs on the agreement stage already. As Ms. Yermekbayeva mentioned today, there is a big number of various models that can be used in Kazakhstan as well. And You can see this table here. There are some agreements that are easier to be implemented, and towards the bottom, there are agreements that are more complex and more difficult to be implemented from the point of legislation. We, as manufacturers, we already have experience of cooperation, communication with the state bodies, with the single distributor, and in the majority of cases, we are trying to find the opportunity in Order 375 to make the agreement happen. On this platform, we suggest to discuss what types of these agreements can be implemented in our country. Zafar mentioned that in the majority cases, disagreements in Kazakhstan have the limited nature. The presentation of our colleagues from Johnson & Johnson representative, then a report of Adlet, and today's presentations actually prove the solidarity of the intentions from different sides. So we all want to ensure access of our patients to the innovative products. But if we go down to the subject, what are the possible approaches? Let's take a case of the orphan disease, orphan drug, orphan pharmaceutical, and it has a certain specifics that it should be prescribed on the 7th day after the radiation therapy or chemical therapy. And we have to understand that this is absolutely not implementable because the patient is, for example, located in Karaganda city, and we need to ensure that he gets this drug therapy with this X drug. That means that the request should be sent to the SK pharmacy, and then the SK, they have to conduct all of the procedures, they have to conduct tender, negotiations, and follow all of the procedures for their commercial approval. And after that, the manufacturer, based on the result of this procedure, has to deliver the drug to SK Pharmacy, and then SK Pharmacy has to deliver this drug to the patient. And this is not possible in 7 days. And these orphan patients do not happen every day in Karaganda, for example. It's a very rare case. And in such situation, manufacturer is ready to conclude a certain agreement to ensure access of the patient, maybe a certain discount for the first month, or maybe responsible storage of one package of the therapy for 1 month in SK Pharmacy to shorten this timing of decision-making, or maybe delayed payment opportunities so that the manufacturer can agree that the payment can be made after delivery. So that was the case of the orphan disease, but we also have many common diseases that are in our treatment protocols and recommended by Kazakhstani treatment protocols and international protocols, but for some reasons they are not provided by the social health insurance system and guaranteed benefit package system. So here we understand the diseases can be with a certain mutation and without mutation, and the patients take the pharmaceuticals before the progressing of the disease or before they die. Unfortunately, we can add here the system of the additional agreements or system of the thresholds. If there is a budget limitation, then we can have this threshold, and then until the threshold of the cost can be reimbursed. or also the price based on prescriptions. So there could be a targeted pharmaceutical or a new technology in drugs therapy can have different effectiveness for different prescriptions. And in accordance with our current legislation, we only have the threshold price per one pill, per one unit. But we understand that is not fair if the price is different, but for different prescriptions, the clinical effectiveness would be different. This is also a topic for discussion and the need to take additional decisions and measures. So, thus we propose to introduce the legislative introduction of the need for negotiation process between the HTA report and expert commission, and before the commission will make a decision on inclusion of the drug to the list. So the presence of such negotiation procedure will allow us to find better solutions and improve the accessibility of innovative drugs to our patients. Thank you very much. Many thanks, Alder, for very interesting approaches you explained in terms of pharmaceutical provisions and negotiative formats for regulation of such procedures and processes, including HTA and general negotiation formats between the state and representatives of medical society. Let me remind you as well that today's symposium is a certain discussion platform where we have both representatives of the clinical medical society like Bakhtgul, also manufacturer representatives, Alder, and also the representative of the legislative field, Mr. Zafar Vahidov. And let me also introduce you our invited expert for today, Mr. Alexander Kostyuk, the candidate of medical sciences. He's the chairman of the National Research Center named after Solidat Kairbekova under the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who is in general a representative of the government, of the state party. And now we would like to start a discussion. So if any of the participants have questions, you can ask questions. If you have questions related to presentations, we can ask our technical assistance specialists to show us the presentations if people have questions, so the list of the presentations. And many participants complain about the dark screen. If you remember, in the beginning of the symposium, we showed you a QR code. So you can use this QR code to get connected via Zoom, and via Zoom you will be able to see the slides better from your phones. So Ravil, if you can show us the QR code, and everyone who wants, you can use this QR code to get access to Zoom, and through Zoom you will be able to see presentations better and also make some screenshots if you need. We have a microphone here in the hall. Will, can you provide us a microphone for the audience? In case there are questions.
I'm talking in English, so I apologize. This is a very interesting discussion, and I will say here part of my own experience, because I have participated in Spain in this type of processes. And the first thing that I would like to share with you something that you indicated in your list, that are the simplest, the most complex. So the most complex is very complex, very, very complex, and require a significant investment to really establish all the mechanisms, specifically the process of collecting data from patients and assessing the outcomes and agreeing with doctors exactly what information you actually were collecting, if the information was properly collected. And it's a tremendous cost of something that supposedly is aiming to facilitate and reduce costs. So it's something to be very careful when planning to introduce this type of mechanism, because it's something which is really based on measuring outcomes. It's really complex, and it takes a lot of time. And in occasions, at the end, after being collecting data and data and data for a long time, in occasions, you don't really end up having enough information to really make or change decisions. So don't take it as a recommendation, but it's my personal experience. This type of agreements based on measuring outcomes theoretically are interesting, but not just in my case, but overall in the world, they are not really becoming so popular because they are actually very, very complex. The reality is that systems end up very much based on financial agreements and basically establishing caps in terms of the available resources we have and how much real money we can dedicate to attend the needs of a predefined, with in occasions certain uncertainty, this number of patients that we are going to be treating with this given medication. So at the same time, and having said that, introducing this type of mechanism allow us to advance in something that complements the problem that we usually have, which is at the root of this problem. The clinical trials, the clinical development assess the average patient benefit. But we don't know exactly. We recruited 200 patients. For the 200 patients, 63 benefited better than against the placebo, but we don't know which patients are. So at the same time, having said that, I will not really recommend, at the same time, creating these platforms that capture evidence in real life situation is essential for the next generation of models in which you, not so much in terms of measuring outcomes, but in redefining or refining the indications, the real indications in which this drug should be used after reviewing in this type of agreement. And all of this, and I totally agree with the legislative, it's essential that you really take into consideration what is the real legal framework that you have in your country, because in occasions you may think, well, we want to do that, and they always say, no, you cannot, because we cannot pay for this, it's impossible. So the legislation is what it is, and you have to really adapt your plans to what is possible to do in the legislative framework that you really have in your own situation. So my suggestion is that, recommendation, or sharing my experience, the other problem is that the system we have in Spain, probably in Kazakhstan will be different, because you may have the possibility to centralize much more to deliver certain drugs in certain centers which may become of real reference. But in Spain, we end up having this type of situation, but you end up having, say, 100 hospitals treating patients with, and that's, it's really not so possible. So and then you have to create a system to collect data. I mean, it's terrible, time-consuming, and at the same time, someone has to pay for that, because and thinking about mechanisms initially in terms which are more in terms of caps, in which you define number of theoretical patients and so on, but also thinking about continuously collecting data in real life situation. So, спасибо.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Actually, yeah, in many aspects you are right. But I will speak in Russian because, the audience should know. So, да.
Dear professor from Nazarbayev University, Antonio talked about many aspects, difficulties and complexities. We need complex approaches for the HTA, including drugs, vaccines, and any other medical devices that we use in medical treatment. And first of all, we need to understand the clinical aspect when all these devices and drugs are applied to the patients. And in the whole world, this is still something people in hospitals are talking about, and the medical society, including patients, their representatives, are interested in finding this point of connection. That is why we have the satellite symposiums with the Novartis Pharma Services AG in Kazakhstan, and we thank our sponsors for their support. Now we would like to continue the discussion as it was started by Professor Antonio. I believe that our expert, Mr. Alexander Kostyuk, can add to this topic. If you would like to speak, please take a mic.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation, and thank you, Professor, for what you said. I would like respectfully to say a few words about what you say, because I agree that this kind of models are not easy to implement, and they require a lot of data, and they require a lot of investment. On the other hand, if we don't invest in healthcare, if we don't invest in collecting data, if we don't invest in knowing what the results are, measuring the results in certain KPIs about every patient, we don't do anything, because you don't achieve result unless you try to target the result and go for it and have an action plan in order to achieve it. So I know it's very, very, very hard to do, because I've been part of this kind of process in a couple of Eastern countries. And I'm not talking about Great Britain, where they have been developing NHAs for tens of years with a huge amount of money. I'm talking about very easy models which can be introduced immediately. Like you put some result expected from a drug, call it an orphan drug or a specific oncology drug where the number of the patient is not that big. You put some expected results which can be easily measured, because they can be measured by a laboratory, by biochemical results, by any means. And then you pay, for example, you pay when the result is achieved, and you don't pay when the result is not achieved. And this kind of a pilot can be done practically tomorrow. It can be done practically everywhere. And if the system understands all the profits that are coming out of that can be implemented in a bigger scale for much bigger amount of patients. And unless we put registers for all the patients in all the diseases, we will never measure. And if we never measure, we will never achieve result. That's my point, and I'm respectfully answering to what I heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Христо. Хочу напомнить, что Христо Трончев является представителем.
Let me remind that Krista Tronchi is the representative of Plati sponsor, Novartis. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I represent Novartis in Kazakhstan. I work in other CIS countries. So I wanted to make this comment. Thank you very much. Actually, now we're talking about these important issues. And representatives of different medical societies want to have high-level evidence and high-quality evidence. And the more data we get, real-world evidence, for example, so evidence from the clinical practice, the easier it is for the physicians to make the decisions when they're prescribing certain drugs, procedures, or interventions. On the other hand, manufacturers that invest a lot in research and development, and it is a certain system that is hard to predict as far as the results are concerned. And we understand that the manufacturer wants to lower the risk and maximize the results, not just for the manufacturer, but also for the patients, because at the end of the day, by joining the efforts of the medical clinical society, manufacturers, we could come to the common goal, value-based of care. When patient receives the best care or the best result, in this situation, the state and the regulatory body play a huge role because they help minimizing the risk and creating a balance between the involved parties. On the other hand, we have a patient and patient's organization. We had an interesting report yesterday by Spigai. She represents a patient organization. We heard her point of view, or the point of view that this organization represents. Now it would be quite interesting to hear Alexander's point of view. He is the chairman of the board of the National Medical Center named after Kalibekova. Thank you very much, Alima, for giving me the floor to participate in, and also the opportunity to participate in this event. I believe that the problem is at the juncture of many interests of many stakeholders, or not even interest, but interaction of stakeholders, and the focus is the patient and patient's needs. But on the other hand, many countries, when talking about early access of new, effective, and innovative technologies, including medical drugs, can face certain difficulties, including the legislative base. And the models that we discussed, the risk-sharing model and the cost-sharing model, it can be discussed at the legislative level, of course. Back in 2018, within the draft law on the drug provision, there were modifications introduced to this law and into the main law on healthcare, which is the Code of Health. Amendments were introduced as far as the risk-sharing and cost-sharing agreements, but these amendments did not make it into the final edition due to objections that were voiced during the discussion of the draft law. When we discussed the fact that we pay for a result, and if there is no result, we don't pay, so this was difficult for the Ministry of Finance to understand, and it became the main objection, the main obstacle, and we were not able to overcome this obstacle to introduce these amendments in 2018. But we need to understand that each system, like we talked about HTA yesterday, but actually it is related not just to HTA. These issues are interrelated. The agreement based on results, all of that needs to be individual for each country, keeping in mind the peculiarities of legislation, of the system of healthcare, And we need to understand the format that can be applicable to Kazakhstan. Because maybe there is no need for this norm to be prescribed in the main law. Maybe it can be done at the level of, I don't know, decree of government. But we also need to understand the benefits that this approach potentially has. And when we talk about the reimbursement, this will always have questions. We need to discuss different issues and different options. There was quite an interesting analysis provided by the farm on legal aspects. And we also talked about the legal process. Yesterday at the session on drugs, the moderator, Mr. Talgad, said that it's true that usually at the tender it is possible to reduce the price quite significantly. And sometimes the drugs are not covered by the patent protection. And actually, in the global practice, the reduction of price is done later. This can be also done by the negotiations. But actually, this is how the pricing is done. We tried to automate our system. And yes, this is how we do it. This is the format we have. We discuss different risks. But actually, this model that was discussed, and sometimes the manufacturers are not happy to do it at this price, but actually, the end goal is to have the consensus, find the best price possible. Yes, of course, the government wants to reduce the price, but at the same time, the government wants to make sure that there is enough drugs for the whole population. And we need to find maybe a good option for all the parties. And we don't need to be at the dead end when no one can agree on anything. We actually work within the market economy, so it's just a matter of discussion. I am sure that intentions were good. I understand that we wanted to reduce the corruption risks, etc. But sometimes we just keep making the same mistakes, and I believe it would be quite useful if also we could hear from the manufacturers. Sometimes the manufacturers just cannot find the best price, and they need to keep negotiating. And if we can also agree on the risk-sharing agreement and cost-sharing agreement, and then the price will be different. This can potentially lead to the reduction in prices, but it can also change the willingness of the manufacturer to change their policy. And if now the manufacturer provides a discount, then the price is lower, then the invoice is much lower, and then automatically the manufacturer puts himself in a certain situation in which he cannot increase the price anymore. And the manufacturers don't want to lower the price, otherwise they won't be able to increase the prices the next year. If they do it 1 year, then the next year they might not be able to do it again. They might not be increase the price because they lowered the price and they provided the discount. Maybe the next year they won't be able to do that anymore. They'll have to keep this low price again. Usually the manufacturers are ready to discuss the price, but still it needs to be done quite carefully. Well, anyways, all these agreements are a good way of carcinoma. I believe this is my view. Maybe not everybody will agree with that. Maybe we need to have an agreement, not with the reimbursement, but maybe the sales agreement need to be concluded, maybe with some prepayment and the methods of payment prescribed. The manufacturer is ready to discuss the scheme that you mentioned earlier of providing the drugs within the 7 days, and then having delivered the drugs, the manufacturer needs to be paid for these drugs. Centralized procurement gives us advantages and disadvantages for the risk sharing agreement and cost sharing agreement. Moreover, we can have a centralized system, and we can also stipulate it all at the legislative level. We need to understand in which document we need to prescribe it. The disadvantage is that if it's introduced locally, maybe at the level of healthcare facility or at the level of a region, so this can be sort of like a pilot project, pilot case. We can't always extrapolate this story to the whole country, but in our cases, it will be scaled up to the whole country in most cases. So that might be a disadvantage. In any case, this will speed up the access of patients to the drugs and medical technologies. It will also lower the payments of the payers, be it the government or the insurance fund. And the third aspect is that it provides early access to the market by the manufacturers. So 3 parties actually win, so it's a win-win-win situation, and I think we need to discuss those mechanisms. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. It's true that there is a big question for the government and whether the government can be flexible. It's not just in our country, but in the whole world. The government needs to be more flexible and less bureaucratic. So whether this mechanism will be developed in the country, we need to promote the scientific methods. We need to study the system. We need to analyze and collect the data, not just the data about the patient, not just the clinical data, but also the policy analysis.
And also conduct some large-scale studies similar to marketing studies with field surveys, with attraction of representatives of state structures and regulatory bodies. And only in this case, when people start to be actively involved in such scientific research projects, we get the critical mass of people that are aware of the problems, people that can, during this research projects, even with participation of sociological surveys like Delphi method of surveys, they will be able to help the experts that will be involved from the regulatory bodies, medical society, manufacturer. It will help them to get the knowledge on HTA about the multiple aspects that we are discussing on this symposium. Dear participants, do you have any other questions? Yes, please, could you please pass the microphone? Can you hear me now? Unfortunately not. It's switched off. So, just for you to know, at 11:14 we will have the competition. Good day, dear colleagues. Good day, dear speakers. My question is that I'm the representative of the private oncological center. It's an international center, UMIT, and you all know that many of our patients go abroad to get some original drugs, chemical drugs, for the chemical therapy, and is it possible today to buy the original drugs from the private center, and what models do you propose us for that? Alder, can you answer this? Yeah, thank you very much for the question. You touched upon a very sensitive area. We have the facts where they are fully provided with oncological pharmaceuticals. They are forced, due to different reasons, to buy some drugs by their means abroad, maybe. Even if there is a registered product in Kazakhstan, that's really strange. These products are present in clinical protocols, and they have their sufficient evidence base, but for some reason they are not included in the lists for social health insurance and benefit package. We, as representatives of companies, we are always ready to start these negotiations, and for us, your experience will be very important, like your clinical center, for example, private center. If you want to provide the therapy to the patients based on quotas, or this may be from the private means of the patient, but still, we do have the opportunity, and this is possible using the agreements that we have. Even in private sector, we can apply them. And Alexander, you know, based on the variety of different agreements we have, the negotiation process, I can tell you straight away, not all representatives of companies want certain types. All of them want to have negotiations. They are all interested in the early access to innovative technologies and innovative pharmaceuticals. But sometimes representatives of the manufacturer don't know their full rights and opportunities. So this negotiation process will help us to find the solutions. And those legislative aspects that Zahar mentioned, these reforms should take into account all possible options of the agreements. This is really difficult, to be honest, and that's why we suggest that some changes should be made to some regulations in a very flexible manner, so that it would allow for wider opportunities. And when needed, we would have this flexibility for negotiations to find an individual therapy and find an adjusted approach for each patient, because our oncogematological patients, they are unique and they are not the same. We are ready, we're open for such negotiations to find some individual personalized approaches, and we can always find some. Dear colleagues, good day. So the question I'm from the association Elder Good Day. We studied together, so my name is Malakpaeva Daria. So the colleague asked the following question, which is very clear. She says, some patients come to our center and they want to get a certain drug, but they cannot get it here in Kazakhstan, but they go abroad and they buy it there. But there is an opportunity to buy it here from Novartis, for example, yeah? It's not banned, yes. And then in the conditions of a hospital, who they have to go to if it's an oncology and you cannot find it in pharmacies, you have to approach a Novartis company representative. You can directly contact representative of Novartis company. We have responsible people attached to the regions, and we will be able to help you and see what solution can we use. So if the patient is in the hospital will give them the link or the contacts? No. We, as representatives of the company, we are limited in our interactions with the patient. We can interact well with the patient's associations, and it's already proved effective in different countries, but contacting individual patients is not good. So it's better to keep contact with medical specialists from these centers, specialists responsible for the patients. So, dear colleague, you have private services. Yes, we have such opportunity, but not all drugs are registered and not drugs are delivered to Kazakhstan? Well, we are talking about the drugs that are registered in Kazakhstan, but then there are two types of them. In relation to our specific patients we're talking about. So there are drugs that are included in some limited lists, like they are procured in the frames of social health insurance and guaranteed benefit package. And there are also ones that are registered in the country, but they are not part of the list procured by the government. If you talk about the registered drugs, then they can easily buy them here from Novartis or other companies. If you're talking about the drugs that are non-registered drugs that are only available abroad, this is the case of these programs for accelerated registration. So these programs work for particular patients. So non-registered drugs can be brought to the country for individual cases. So if we collect a number of patients, provide the documents, this is a service you have to apply via eGov to the committee of the pharmaceutical control, and medical organization can use this opportunity. But this is only in relation to innovative drugs. So if there are no registered analogs in Kazakhstan. But patients are going to buy the original drugs, so they are going to buy and find these original drugs. Some of these drugs could be registered in Kazakhstan, some could be not registered. Can I also comment? I'm again going back to my topic that we have to change the legislation because there is such a mechanism. And we are talking about it for a long time, that we have to introduce it. There are some rules, I think. It's co-payment. It's an interesting mechanism. And if we will develop it further and make sure it's sufficient, it would allow us, in relation to registered drugs, for example, if we have one drug and then the patient wants to buy another original drug, not the generic, and they can pay this difference in price. Then another thing that would help, that international companies could make more drugs registered in Kazakhstan available on the market if there will be demand. If there will be demand for original drugs, for example, in the situation when we have strict price competition, we understand that original drugs are costing more, especially when we have generic drugs. Even when there are no drugs, no generic drugs, the original drug not always wins the tender because they're highly costed, and that's why they're not delivered to the market. The drug can be registered in the country, but not available in the country. That's why the question of co-payment is an important one, and I encourage the expert society and representatives of different organizations to raise this issue once again. There could be a mechanism. Currently, there is a procedure for more of the pharmacies segment and less for hospitals, so you can select any drug, but that means there is a risk for the suppliers from the point of view of forecasting the volumes, and for not just for suppliers but also for SK Pharmacy and for the customers, clients, it could also be difficult to forecast. But I think this payment mechanism, in addition to risk sharing, cost sharing, could also be another approach. Yeah, in continuation, the legislation should definitely be changed, and our pricing is automated now, something said, but this is not like that. It is not automated. We use the electronic platform to make our applications, but then everything is done by people, and if you make 20 applications with 20 different drugs, out of this 20, 15 will only go to the list, and 5 were missed because people made mistakes when entering data. And this is very sad. So I fully support the HTA. HTA is all about innovations, but we have to understand that our market is very regulated, and it's not a secret that it requires 5 years for us for an innovation to appear on the market. And if we take even the minimum times when the innovation appears somewhere in the world, only after 5 years it can be included in the list of our single distributor. That's why we fully agree with you that the role of HTA here is very important, and it should be in parallel. And the manufacturer clearly understands which disease, would it be the outpatient drug supply or inpatient drug supply, and they will know which cases they will apply this, and they will know exact information what to provide about the safety, about the efficiency, to make sure the drug is registered in Kazakhstan, to ensure clinical and economic studies. And when the drug is registered in Kazakhstan, then there should be also the pricing attached to it. And I also agree that during negotiations, the negotiations can influence the prices. But the main thing for us is to reduce the time frames, because we all understand that we, first of all, work for the health of the patients, for the benefit of the patients. And I fully agree that we have to review the legislation. And another suggestion, yesterday we had many experts, we had a really nice conference hearing experience of different countries, and the most important that our society requires is transparency. And if all HTA reports would be published for open access, and people would understand that indeed certain drugs are working, and patient societies would understand. The manufacturer knows this, but other experts and patients needs to see that. And state agencies, there are different levels. Not everyone is a member of the formulary commission. Not everyone sees these documents. That's why we would like to have this reports publicly available. That would make the system transparent. And from the point of view of local manufacturers, we would understand which molecules we should use. Should we try something because there is an innovation drug, and can we plan an innovation in the country? This is second thing. Third thing, in many cases, this non-transparency is leading to the fact that they start changing the dose of the pharmaceuticals, and when local producers starts manufacturing the pharmaceutical, and just if the dosage changes of the pill, it can be actually reviewed, and then it will be not beneficial for the government to buy it from the local producer or otherwise from the international producer. So if all of this information about HTA would be transparent, then I think it would be a very good chance for especially local manufacturers for their planning and forecasting. Thank you very much. Apologies, distinguished participants. It's already 11:12. Our timing was until 11:14. We will have a coffee break at 11:15. Next symposium will be on a different topic. My suggestion to you is that we can discuss all questions during the coffee break, and we can discuss them in person. The coffee break will be just here outside our room. And now I would like to have the draw game, and you received the numbers, and you received the bracelets, and who has the number certain number. You will see which number. We will start the randomizer. You need to look at your bracelet numbers. And currently the game is for the sand glass. Bracelet number 166. First number that is winning. Next number. Next winner 159. Next. 133. Do we have such numbers? 166, 159, 133. Okay, distinguished participants, you can go to the table with the HTA 22. Now we are playing card holders 127, 164. You can also get your prizes. 2 plastic card holders, 120, 153. You can also receive your prizes. And last thing, we have metal USB drives from Kaspor, 4 pieces, 148, 106, 146, 150, 150, 146, 106. Please get your prizes. Many thanks for your attention, and let's now move to coffee break.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We're ready to begin. Please put on the first presentation. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we're happy to welcome you here at the Research and Practice Symposium of Practical Aspects of Planning, Organization of Pharmaceutical Provision as part of the GFFMC and the CSHI system. I would like to thank the organizers for this conference. Over the last 2 years, we all missed this live face-to-face events. We all missed the live communication. And I thank our panelists, our speakers, for being able to find the time on Saturday to come here and participate. We will try to make sure to stick to our time limit and discuss the topical issues of planning pharmaceutical provision. We have pharmacists of medical organization, the people who actually deal with this question on a daily basis. We see representatives of the pharma industry. The format of our event is a panel discussion. So we will have presentation, then we will have a Q&A session at the end of the panel session. We already have certain questions that we would like to discuss. So with that, please allow me to start the presentation. The symposium is carried out with the support of Johnson & Johnson. It is just for information only, and its goal is not to promote any drugs. The speakers do not receive any reimbursement, and everything is at the discretion of the speakers. My name is Ravil Bulatov. Now let me introduce the speakers of today's panel session. We're joined by Tulibayev Rahimjan. He is the Deputy Chairman of the Board of Social Medical Insurance Fund. Kurmanova Bahid Jamal, Managing Director, Member of the Management Board of Iskaf Pharmacy. Sultanov Ruslan Sirikovich, he is the Chairman of the Board of Economic Research Institute of the Ministry of National Economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Salibayeva Madina, Pharmaceutical Provision Specialist, Mental Health Center from Almaty. And we're also happy that Alexander joined us. He's the Chairman of the members of the Board of the National Center for Health Development. Today, we plan on discussing the issues of key players of the pharmaceutical provision. So we have the representatives of the industry here, what our achievements are here, and the issues of planning, the key issues of sending the application with the focus on details. And this is the last slide on my side, and then we will start the discussion right away that we have had in mind. So who are the participants of the pharmaceutical provision? On top, we see the Republican level, the Ministry of Healthcare, the Fund of the Social Medical Insurance, the Center for the Health Development, the Expert Review Center, Organization that regulate the pharmaceutical provision and are responsible for many different processes. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Rahamjan, and he will talk more about the medical insurance fund, its role regarding all these structures. This is still quite new. It was created several years ago, and yet we see it being quite active, and we see its role on the pharmaceutical provision development. Please, Mr. Rahimjan, the floor is yours. The role, the functions, please go ahead. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation. I believe that many of you know about the fund. It's been around for 5 years already. 3 years the fund's been dealing with financing of pharmaceutical provision. The fund is the ambassador of the patient, and we look forward to providing everything the patients need. We also receive budget applications and payment for the services through the single distributor. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to give the floor to Alexander. Please tell us about the role of your organization, about the planning, rational planning, and the use of medical drugs. Please, a couple words. Thank you very much. As far as planning is concerned, I believe that the role of the National Medical Health Development Center is quite clear. The organization has been rationally providing and using the drugs, and historically speaking, our center has been looking at different treatment schemes, and we discussed the method of the DTC, and I believe that this approach specifically, as well as the analysis of the use of drugs that need to be done at the system-wide level, this is something that becomes very important in our planning. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. In our system of pharmaceutical provision, we also have regional departments, local authorities, medical organizations on site, suppliers, the singular distributor, manufacturers, and everything we do to make sure that the patients are provided with the necessary therapy. Now I would like to ask Ruslan, who used to be the head of the Pharmed Industry Association. It unites the local manufacturers. I want to ask him why this is important. Why do we as manufacturers need to have a good planning of the funds? Thank you very much for your questions. Maybe I will just give you a general answer and then go back onto what you asked me. I represent the Institute of Economic Research. Recently, we carried out analysis, and we tried to digitalize different issues related to healthcare, including the economic consequences that take place, mortality, comorbidity, or disability. We tried to digitalize these issues based on the existing statistics. There is an existing methodology, and over 2015 to 2020, if we look at these 3 areas, and we can also look at the economic burden, it grew from 10 trillion to 17 trillion. This is the potential economic damage related to mortality, comorbidities, and disabilities. You see that this damage is quite significant, and it keeps on growing, and yet we see the opposite picture. During this time, there's more and more financing. So we understand that if growing defense, unfortunately, the damage is still growing. And the damage is linked to several things. For each manufacturer, be it local or international, it's quite important to have equal demands, equal supply. But if planning keeps changing, which is unfortunately the case in our country, when every manufacturer sees that 1/4 of the supplies can be returned, then of course they also put some leeway for the insurance. That influences the price, of course, and it also leads to the fact that you don't know how much you need to order, you don't know how much you will supply. If there's any drugs returned because they were not sold, that of course will also have an impact on the price. On the other hand, if the demand grows, not every manufacturer can quickly produce necessary drug and supply to the market. And you need to understand that manufacturing process is a complicated one. I can't just go and put together a drug anytime it is required. This is the wrong approach. Of course, each substance that is needed for the drug manufacturing has its own shelf life. In order for our medicine to be effective, we need to start with the most important. Over the last 4 years, I have not seen any changes, unfortunately. We need to understand who are our consumers. Well, the patients, of course, but what is their status? This is most importantly. Without knowing who our patients are, what their diseases are, we cannot even plan anything properly. If you can't plan, you can't plan the treatment plan, you can't plan deliveries, procurement, and the healthcare system will never be effective as long as we don't create the basis for it. If we don't know who we're treating, how we're treating, when we're treating, when we need certain drugs, only then the system of healthcare will become effective. Thank you very much for your response. We see that all these issues are related to all the players on the market. It is important for the budget. It is important for timely delivery of the drugs. It's important for the patients, for the administration of these drugs on time. As you say, this is the foundation for everything. And we touched upon planning issues. Now let us talk about the tools of planning. I'll give the floor to the managing director, Ms. Bahajamal, and she can comment on that. Thank you. Let's welcome Ms. Bahajamal. Dear guests, dear organizers, dear colleagues, let me show you a short presentation on the work of the single distributor as far as planning, procurement, and delivery of drugs is concerned. I will have some help with my presentation, right? The pharmaceutical drugs and medical devices in Kazakhstan in 2021 was 765 billion tenge. If we look at the distributors' prices, this was 14% higher than in 2020. In 2020, it was about 670 billion tenge. We see a decrease of the budgetary sector by 20% and retail by 10%. At the same time, we see a reduction of the goods sold. That means that we see the increase in prices. I would like to talk about the pharmaceutical provision to the patients within the outpatient facility. Until 2020, within the basic medical care package, the coverage was 114 million tenge. Starting from 2020, this coverage increased threefold, from 45 to 137. According to the list of the single distributor, in 2022, 753 different items are to be procured in order to provide the good sequence of work. All the patients that are provided to the patients within the outpatient facility are included also for the inpatient facility. This way, for the inpatient care, all the items are provided from the single distributor list. Out of this list, 750, the single distributor procures 675 items in order to provide more than 2.2 million people in Kazakhstan. Since 1st of January 2020, with the introduction of the insurance fund, a lot of people received the access to the drugs, both inpatient and outpatient. We also need to mention, and I want to draw your attention to that, that expanding the coverage from 2020 from 45 to 135. So the increase was threefold. Let me talk about the main business processes of the single distributor. Single distributor has its own main business processes that include campaign for applications, and this is what I would like to draw your attention to. This is the starting point, and a lot depends on that specifically. How the medical care will be planned by the medical facilities when providing this application, also timely submission of application, their correct submission, procurement and delivery of drugs depends on this starting point. Quite often, we have problems with planning, and it is related to many issues, of course, and we will describe those issues later. The next business process, after submissions of applications and after the procurement of drugs and medical devices, the next process is the conclusion of agreements with medical facilities. After that, or at the same time, all the logistical issues take place in order for us to be able to accept the goods on time and ship it to the medical facilities. At the same time, let's talk a little bit about the warehouse logistics. Distribution centers for the medical drugs and medical devices of the single distributor have the following map that you can see on the map. We have 4 main distribution centers. There are 4 hubs that are geographically located in convenient locations. It is good for the transportation, for all the logistical purposes.
это отражено на карте.
As you can see on this map, north, west, east, south, so that we'll be able to make transportations timely with no delays if there are any urgent deliveries. From these hubs, the products are then delivered to operational warehouses. So we have the cross-docking principle so that the products would not stay for long in the operational warehouses. So mainly the products will stay in the hubs, and from hubs they go to operational warehouse. In each town we have an operational warehouse, and then from this operational warehouse the products would be delivered to medical facilities. There are planned deliveries, and also when there is an urgent need there will be unscheduled deliveries by request, and this can be done via the portal. And in many cases, if we receive a request today, then the delivery would happen also as fast as possible. In the frames of the outpatient drug provision, drug supply, we have another provision type that we can provide drugs to patients in the frames of the territorial region or unit, and if the drug is not available in one outpatient facility, then as long as the drug is available in another outpatient facility in the same region, the patient will be able to get it. Our logistics system is built the following way. Such location allows us to act quickly, and we have provisions for storage, temperature requirements, and in case needed, we have agreements for transportation with air transportation if needed. For 2022, out of 1,715 names in the frames of inpatient provision, we provide more than 1,677 for outpatient, and for the amount of 177 billion tenge, the procurement was made for inpatient, and for outpatient a very similar figure, 167 billion tenge. Procurement is made in different approaches, and I'd like to inform you that we have procurement based on long-term agreements, direct contracts, two-stage tenders, and another active approach is procurement via international organizations, UNICEF, Stop CV, and others. What we know that for our 80 drugs, we don't have demand. So for 80 drugs, there were no requests from the medical facilities. So now we've come to the topic of planning. So what problems do we have and what solutions? As far as I remember, last year on a webinar, we also had a presentation, and we had a discussion about the need of the current list, and as of today, this task is already implemented by the Ministry of Health. So there is a list of the drugs and medical devices in accordance with the national formulary. This is very good and gives us good opportunities. Another task was to develop a certain minimum stocks out of all general stocks for procurement. And SK Pharmacia had initiated changes to the decree, and it was approved in the legislation. And for 2022, the single distributor had procured the minimum stock. It was procured in parallel with the general stock volume, and considering that this minimum stock should now go less, should not be decreased. It's a good instrument for us. We see already the results. And now when we order additional volumes, we can take some stocks from the when some additional requests appear, when an additional patient is revealed, or when some planning problems happen. And because, yeah, we I did admit that there are sometimes planning problems, and when there is some additional requests, we can provide volumes from this minimum stocks. And then if we take something from this minimum stock, then we will again refill it. And it's not 25% for all drugs. There is a special methodology to calculate the percentage for each drug. And this required minimum percentage to be available on stocks. It doesn't mean that it just lays somewhere at the warehouse. We just make sure we procure it, and we have the distributed in time procurement. But we make agreements with the manufacturers, with the suppliers, that in case needed they can supply us some amount, and that we know that we can quickly get it in certain time, because we need to sell or deliver the product that is stored for this minimum stock, because there are some expiration dates, and we need to make sure that we don't keep it for too long. But when we take something from this stock, then we make sure we refill it with the new products, with the new expiration dates. So this minimum stock helps us to solve our problems with the drugs provision, and this minimum of stock mainly covers the positions where we have high demands every year with additional requests, and those that are also brought to at the Republican level. So this tool proved its effectiveness. So we really like this tool. We also are currently actively working to calculate the needs based on the data of the average daily dose. So we need to automate this process of the needs calculation, synchronization with local authorities, with the Ministry of Interior, and monitoring of leftovers in health facilities. Sometimes we lose track and we don't see these leftovers, and we procure in accordance with the previously approved data, but then health facilities reject receiving some of the products, some of the drugs, because they already have some leftovers. So we then have to negotiate with the suppliers, and different problems arise for all participants of the delivery process. In order to exclude the human factor errors and some other mistakes, we want to introduce automated system for calculation of needs and demands based on the needs of the patient. So we need to know who we need to treat and how are we going to treat them. We have to have a clear accounting of patients, calculations on the consumption of pharmaceuticals by them, and these volumes should be reflected in the requests from health facilities. Currently, we use some tools like we analyze historic data, we analyze it by regions, and also at the Republican level, we're trying to assist our health facilities in their planning process, but this doesn't bring us 100% effectiveness. But we are gradually moving towards automation, and to date, under the leadership of the Ministry of Health and together with the profile organizations. Last year, we established a working group that worked on the project of developing a methodology for calculating needs and demands of health facilities in pharmaceuticals. It was a pilot project, and the results will be announced after the processing of data. The methodology is currently at the stage of discussion and review, and we hope that after the implementation of this methodology, we will be able to solve many problems related to planning. How do we see the target architecture of the information system of SK Pharmacia? It is based on a common classifier of the pharmaceuticals. Using it, we would be able to build our interaction with medical information systems and ensure the delivery of drugs. We've been working on the portal for a long time already. We have MIFIS portal, and all requests are created or claimed at this portal. We have more than 5,000 users at the portal already, and more than 1,100 and 1,200 medical facilities present there. The main purpose is that the requests would come from medical information systems via this interconnectivity. So they need to show the leftovers, the needs, and the number of patients. Then we would see the figures automatically at our portal, and we would have a clear monitoring of the use of drugs and medical devices at health facilities. At this portal, we can also work with suppliers, so we can track the fulfillment of the orders. Sometimes you don't get a response to your request or claim, and or it is left in the status when it's not completed. So for health facilities, in order to control the fulfillment of these claims, we can do this on the portal if we integrate it with the information systems of health facilities, medical information systems. And there will also be a traceability capability in this system. So currently, you can see the result. If you make a claim for the unscheduled delivery, you can see whether it's already delivered or whether it's on its way. We want to further improve it. We want to see the consolidation of leftovers, not only at health facilities and not only the warehouses of the single distributor. We also want the suppliers to show us their stocks, and so that they keep their stocks at their warehouses, and so that we could have a flexible schedule. And if we know that they have this product at their stock, then in case we have an urgent request, we know that we can get it when we need it. And our final aim is that all of this data, when they will be synchronized, they would help us to automatically calculate the volumes for procurement. And we could do procurement only when we see the need from health facilities. In order to have this automatic procedure, we're already doing some works, and our target is to actually come to this automation of the procurement procedures. And one of the stages includes pre-qualification of the suppliers. This could help us to reduce the procurement procedures. A lot of work has already been done to introduce changes into reducing the timings of the tender procedures and simplifying the procurement system. And in the future, we are planning to come to this automatic calculation and formation of procurement volumes. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Kurmanova. I think we can ask questions later, but I just want to say a few words after your speech. I want to pay attention, like 1,100 health facilities, 2 million patients. This is more than 10% of our whole population of the country. It's not a secret. We hear a lot in mass media and in general discussions that there are some complaints about the work of state facilities. But this is probably the attitude when people always want something to get better. They always find something to complain about. But at the same time, we have to appreciate the achievements. And many manufacturers already feel the great effect of centralization, that we have a single process. The procurement is done through the single process. Prices are similar from region to region. And there is a budgeting thanks to the economy of scale in the procurement process. So I think we have to thank all of our state facilities and subordinate organizations of the Ministry of Health, because the competent authorities, the Ministry of Health and also Social Health Insurance Fund, they are every year trying to justify the budget in front of Ministry of Finance. We see that every year we have the increasing demands, and every year we want to have more and more budgets for innovations, but we need to understand that we have to take it step by step. And your initiative about the minimum stocks is also a good thing that is helping patients to get their required drugs faster. And in the previous years, they had to wait for months to get their drugs. Let me respond. Yeah, the effect from the work. Having the single distributor since the start of its work, when we do the procurement from 2010, the joint savings was around 160 billion, and by the results of the last year, it was 32 billion. So this is savings for health facilities, not for the SK Pharmacia. That means that health facilities have these additional funds to order additional drugs. From 2010, number of items that we're buying, the names, the brand names, increased significantly. We started from 800 names, and today we have around 1,700 of drug names in the list of SK Pharmacia. This ensures equal price or the same price for patients from different regions. So this consolidation of procurement means that the price for drugs will be the same around the country. There are obviously some problems with the procurement we still face, but the single distributor is putting all efforts to make sure that these drugs will be timely procured and delivered. And the big positive tool that had a proven effect is forming this minimum stocks. And the list of this minimum stocks has around 500 names. These are the most demanded drugs for which during the year we get additional requests apart from scheduled deliveries. And the primary requests are based on the budget and the number of patients, and sometimes the forecasts are wrong, and we have initial scheduled deliveries, but then due to some planning problems or some additional patients, there could be additional requests, and this additional request can be served from this minimum stocks. But also when we ensure procurement for this minimum stocks, we face some problems. Suppliers say that they cannot deliver us this volume. Maybe this volume is not interesting to them, or maybe there are some problems during the transportation or due to some geopolitical events happening in the region. But we still continue working on this, and I'd like to know that when this stock is going down to a certain percent, we renew or restart the procurement procedures to make sure that this minimum stock will will be kept at certain levels. And when we get additional requests, we try to straight away deliver these drugs to patients. And another change is that inside one territorial unit, inside one region, if a patient cannot get a drug from his outpatient facility, but we see that there are some leftovers in other outpatient facilities in the same region, the patients can get these drugs. So we work on this movement inside of one region. When needed, we can also arrange such movements between regions. Why do we want this schedule to be flexible from the supplier's side? Because, as you noted, we have 4 large hubs, and the supplier, in accordance with the agreement, will deliver drugs to these hubs. But if in the region, for example, in the southern region, we have a additional request, but we have this drug stored in the north, then we need to transport it. And if the suppliers would be flexible, more flexible, then we would request it straight from them. But these are some internal processes we are continuously working on, and we're doing a lot of work based on the analysis, and when needed, we make certain adjustments.
Another question. I would like to clarify, and today I will talk mainly about planning. I'm always quite surprised, not necessarily by your speech, but just generally speaking. We are so proud that we have some savings when we procure drugs. I always have one question. How did this economy, the saving, come about? Is it because of the way the hospitals planned it? Was it the wrong planning at the stage of budget formation? Quite often, the statistics show the same. This is a normal trend. Innovative drugs are always more expensive, and that is why today you see the increase in prices. The hospitals need to review the number of drugs, and is that the reason why savings come about? Or maybe it is related to some expectations that the price will be higher, and it was lower, actually. Yes, thank you very much. We often discuss it. We call it savings, but it's only in name. When healthcare facilities submit applications, they have the marginal price. After having received the price list, and the price is, of course, lower. This is the difference. This is the discount by the distributors, the difference between the marginal price and the price that they received. This is savings. If they planned the marginal price for drugs, but they actually bought it cheaper, this difference can be used for the higher coverage of patients. This is savings. So basically, it's an indicator of centralized procurement. It's a discount, and the more we procure, the bigger the discount is, right? I would even suggest not talking about savings, but about the discount that the manufacturer provides, be it the local or international. Let me explain why. The trend for decentralization takes place all the time, and we need to be quite open about it. Either we buy it at the marginal price, or we receive the discount, and then we can do the centralized procurement. This is the most important part. Don't talk about savings. Talk about a discount. This discount shows that when we do centralized procurement, It can be done when there is a certain amount of procurement. But it is not savings. Savings happen only if you plan something and then you procure less, maybe. But then this is the wrong planning. Well, let me respond to that. What we call savings, it's savings for the healthcare facilities. It doesn't matter who made a discount. If you want to cover more patients and you have savings, why not use it? You can cover more patients. Anyways, this is why we use this term, it's savings for the healthcare organization. The budget was developed according to the marginal price, but they were able to buy it cheaper. Thank you very much. So basically, the budget was for 100 million tenge, and then the procurement price was maybe 90 millions because of the discount. The goal is to save money through the centralized procurement. Yes, these are additional applications, and ideally, what has been saved needs to be adjusted for the next budget. But usually, this is how the budget is formed. For example, if they receive the drugs at a certain price and they still have some discounts, then we receive the savings. Thank you very much. As you see, your presentation had a lot of feedback, a lot of questions. It means that this is a topical issue. So, well, with that, let us move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much for explanation about the single distributor. Thank you very much. 2 million of patients receive the therapy, and this is the work done jointly by many agencies. It's the work of the Ministry of Healthcare and the healthcare facilities. If this was not time and time, then the patients wouldn't have all the drugs that they need. We're all working on improving the situation for patients. With that, let me give the floor to Madina. She's the expert who will tell us about the practical issues of budget formation, how it's done on site. This is the goal of today's discussion. Good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome everybody. We thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sarybayeva Madina. I am the expert in pharmaceutical provision of the Mental Health Center from Almaty. My speech is dedicated to the key aspects of formation, the application within the medical insurance fund. Let me speak about some aspects of the work. My speech is supported by the branch of Johnson & Johnson in the Republic of Kazakhstan. But there is no reimbursement for the speech, and the information presented here is my only and might not represent the position of the company. We all know that the pharmaceutical provision within the basic medical coverage is regulated by the legislative acts. And on the current slide, I just would like to remind you of this legal document that we use in our daily work. First is the Health Code of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This is the main document that all the other legislative documents are formed based on. Next is rule for procurement, the decree number 41, the national formulary. And we remember that according to the health code, the pharmaceutical provision is possible when the drugs are available in our formulary. The list of formulary has the drugs according to the international non-proprietary name. It is also the decree number 75. This list has seen a new edition recently, and in this new edition we will see some new aspects. Next is decree number 87. It has a list of the single distributor, decree number 96, marginal prices. The list of the single distributor has the name of the drug without its price. And decree number 89, pharmaceutical provision. As sources, we recommend using such internet-based platforms as Zan and Adilet. Now I will briefly talk about planning. Planning, as well as deadlines for the applications. This is a schedule that allows us to rationally use our work. According to the decree, we can expect at least 4 stages of application submission, and if we need any additional applications, then of course it needs to be based on your needs. First one is the outpatient facility. At this level, the budget is formed. And first of all, it is carried in March, between the 15th March to 15th of April. Each application has its deadline. At the outpatient facility stage, throughout the whole period of time of application, we need to get all the approvals at the level of regional departments of healthcare and the insurance fund. Then there is information for each of the regions. It is then sent to the insurance fund, and information is gathered at the level of the whole country. The information is then provided to the Ministry of Healthcare, and I would like to say that at this stage, we, healthcare organization, don't have any limits, but we need to make sure that all the applications are well justified. After that, the next stage follows. It's the end of summer. There are preliminary applications, both outpatient and inpatient facilities. And the goal of this stage is to procure drugs applications can be sent for both inpatient and outpatient facilities. There should be approval by the regional department for the outpatient facility, but not for the inpatient facility. And next, it's important to modify the application for both inpatient and outpatient. Its goal is to introduce all the modifications as far as the numbers of drugs are concerned, make sure there is enough packages. And at this stage, we can see the amount of savings, and we can modify the application. Throughout the year, between the 1st and 5th day of each month, we can submit an additional application if it's needed at the level of ALO. but this type of additional application needs to be well justified. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that procurement of additional drugs in the current year is done at least every 3 months by the request of the healthcare facility. The single distributor receives information about the needs of the healthcare facility, and based on these needs, drug procurement is carried out. Criteria for forming the needs. What do we need to take into account? The trends and dynamics of the disease. This information is available with doctors, with the clinical pharmacologist. And we can also use the data over the last 3 years as a tool. You can see the increase or decrease in the procurement of different drugs, and you can also see the different percentages and ratios. This data can be used when identifying the needs. We also include statistical data of the medical information systems such as RDB, RSB, and ROPE. For physicians, it is very important for the data to be input into the RDB correctly, because that has a lot of impact on the procurement of drugs to the outpatient facilities. It's important to know all the treatment schemes, treatment duration, information about drug administration for 24 hours, and there is a 24-hour dose for each of the drugs. If any of this information can be put into the information system as well. We look forward to seeing this data integrated into the information system, into the FIS system. All the data will be there as far as the duration of treatment and daily dosage. According to clinical protocols and the clinical guidelines, this data is also important, and it needs to be taken into account. The treatment of biological drugs has several stages of therapy, the initial and the support therapy. In the beginning, more drugs are needed in comparison to the ongoing patients. We also need to understand whether it's a new or a repeat patient, and that will identify the number of items of drugs. Later, having gone through all these stages, we will compare the data on the marginal prices for the international proprietary names and patented names. We can also look at the ISLO information system. If we look at the ISLO software, we need to take into account when the delivery took place, whether it was timely or not. We can't just take raw data, say that we had 1,000 units of such and such drug last year. This is not topical. Maybe there was a delay in delivery by the single distributor, or maybe the patient arrived later. So I just wanted to say that we are all the participants to all the processes, starting from the definition of needs, use of drugs. So we need to be active throughout the year, and it's best to start in the beginning of the year, which would give us enough time to fine-tune any outstanding issues. As for the status of applications, when healthcare facility submits an application, we see the status in progress. Later, at the level of outpatient facility, we see the status application is approved, and it is sent to the regional health department. After this approval, the application is considered by the insurance fund, and only after that can single distributor accept this application into work, and after that procurement begins. Now, responsibility for the application submissions. I already said that in Decree number 75 there are some modifications. Categories of people changed, and if we look at our patients, for example, these are the patients who have psychological and mental diseases. They used to receive the medical care from the guaranteed medical care package. Now it has changed. The adults receive the medical care when their condition is monitored, but now the situation changed, and it is the pensioners who receive this type of treatment and medical care. Disabled people are not a part of this group if they have not reached their retirement age. Disabled people receive social payments and not the pension payments. That makes them participants of a different category. And we also have some new changes, and the patients were divided into two groups.
And when we establish the request in SK Pharmacy, they have information on the drug. They have the information on the drug of the outpatient drug supply system, which they have to include into the request. And we need to see the separation. The number of the recipients under the social health insurance are much less than under the guaranteed benefits package. Next change is we have prescription differentiation by the therapies. For example, if we have a spondyloid, the drug methylprednisolone is prescribed to all patients, and another acid drug is only prescribed if there is the prescription for transplantation. Also, it depends on the conditions of the transplantation. Well, I was actually talking about the spondylitis. There is the golimumab drug, which is prescribed when the basis therapy is not effective, and also if there are conditions after transplantation of tissues or organs, there will be another prescription. Also, in creation of the request, you need to put information about the drugs and what is convenient. The schedule for delivery for each health facility can be planned. Each health facility can plan this schedule, and SK Pharmacy will ensure delivery in accordance with this data. And as it was mentioned by Bahar Jamal before, by the additional request, we don't know the real time frame, and if we suddenly get a new patient and we need to get additional drugs for them, we don't know when will it be delivered. So the proposal is maybe we can show some time frames, at least not more than 3 months after the request is sent to the regional representatives of SK Pharmacy in the information system IFIS. Then we can see the data on the patients. We cannot see the disbursement in the outpatient drug supply system information system, and we're also having difficulties with the inclusion of patients to this table because these patients are not included in the regional database. Another proposal is maybe when we submit our needs and demands, can we assure that at least this will be provided via the minimum stock of SK Pharmacy? And with this, I completed my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Madina. You can take your seat at the panel. So I think Jamal wanted to comment something, so we are ready to listen to your comments. Yeah, comment to the fact that additional volume is procured by SK Pharmacia only once a quarter. It's not true. When there is a need, SK Pharmacia, in the frames of the agreements made with suppliers, can conduct procurement on an everyday basis. When there is a need for additional volume, if SK Pharmacia receives additional requests and thinks there is a need for additional procurement. You saw how the portal is working, how the requests are established. This is depending on the schedule of delivery. You have to input when do you want to receive your volumes. And as I understood you right, you want to make sure this additional requests will be fulfilled through this minimum stocks. But you are also saying that for you it is difficult to forecast the additional patients. But when you don't make if you don't make these requests, we don't know how many would you need, and we cannot make sure that the minimum stock will be sufficient because we don't know how many patients you may have, the new patients. That's why this minimum stock is actually working for urgent cases, but then we would take additional steps to order additional volumes. When you apply with your preliminary request, I hope that the majority of the audience is from health facilities, and I believe everyone understands what I'm talking about. When health facilities submit the preliminary request, the number of patients is forecasted based on historic data, number of patients that can be revealed by the end of the year. But when you form your adjusted request, you can adjust it with a change up to 25% for outpatient and 10% for inpatient, so that we can make this adjustment with the suppliers as well. So this right is given to you when you form your request after the procurement is made in December, when you fully prepare the plan for the next financial year. The additional request is submitted in accordance with the rules in the first 5 days of each month. But in many cases, in the frames of the outpatient drug provision, understanding the migration and movement and identification of new patients and accounting of them, we never close the access to the portal to make additional requests at the portal. Why do we require stages of coordination with local health departments and the Social Health Insurance Fund? Because the budget is not allocated to each health facility, but it's allocated per the region in general. And if there is an expectation that all patients attached to the certain health facility will be duplicated, then our forecasting would not work properly. That's why the health departments, when they consolidate these figures for the regional needs and the regional social health insurance fund, they see that the number of patients doesn't go over the registered ones in the region and the forecasted ones in the region. That's why these are additional checks. These coordination steps are required, but they're all automated and there is no additional time spent on that. This is what I wanted to comment on. Thank you. Can I also ask a question about planning? We say that in December they have to provide a request for the whole year, but then you can have an opportunity to have an additional increase, but then you always have an ability to reduce the volume. There are no limitations for reduction, because the first question that was asked to me, 25% can be easily lost. Why is this? in your opinion, why does it happen when you have to reduce? I understand when you have new patients and you have to have additional requests. Unfortunately, it's normal that we reveal new patients, but each hospital is working for not the first year already. They have their planning cycle every year. Every year we plan so many people will be treated, so many people will be with certain diseases. But every year we have a situation that we have to reduce the volumes for 25%. So in the beginning of the year we have 1,000 people sick, and every year in the end of the year 250 people just get missing. Why is this so? And 25%, in my opinion, is a lot. With a normal modeling of any scenario, if there is a 25% mistake, it's too big. Especially in the healthcare, there shouldn't be such mistakes. We every time lose 25% of people, 25% of patients. When we say there was a reduction in the needs, this is not only about costs. That means we lost the quarter of the patients. So, in your opinion, from your practice, why is this so when the hospital starts reducing the initially requested volume? Well, from my practice, I'm not working in the health facility for a long time. I used to work in the health department. And as for me, when I was planning the request for outpatient drugs provision, I indicated the actual number of patients, but also took the forecasted number. Although with the Social Health Insurance Fund, there were some questions about my planning, but due to the situation in the latest days that we had COVID, and in accordance with statistical data, we had an increase in the patients, and the data that I submitted initially, I tried not to reduce. But this is just my personal approach. I had to justify everything. I tried to make sure that I would have a justification for the number of drugs. I can only assume that it is possibly due to the change of the treatment schemes, or maybe due to the death of the patients or migration of patients from region to region. For example, he was getting the drugs from Almaty, and then he moved to another region, and now he is getting these drugs from another region. That means he is not getting them from Almaty anymore. So I cannot know for sure. I cannot tell you, but I just assume. But we see such a practice for the many years that health facilities reduce the amounts. Well, the clear question is about when we see 25% of decrease, we will not have so many people dying, and changing the treatment plans will also not be so significant. Let's wait for the microphone, please. So, actually, I wanted to add that now we don't have a 25% reduction. Now, when we form our request, we cannot make a reduction, even if we made a mistake in our planning. So what should we do? There is only 10%. I'm talking about inpatient. For inpatient, they cannot be 25%. And as we have now big stocks at our warehouses, and every time we have to include reduction, we have to provide justification, whether it was our planning mistake or some other reasons. But the reduction can happen only if they have additional requests from other regions. Then they will approve this reduction for our region. But if there is no such need from other regions, they wouldn't approve this reduction. We have to keep it in our clinic, and then inside of the city, we would regulate it between health facilities and hospital pharmacies in the city to make sure that we will use it. So in terms of inpatient, it's only 10%. Maybe for the outpatient, it's 25%, but I cannot say. and 25%, it's not realistic. When the preliminary request is made, there is no limit. So we apply for whatever amount we need. And every year, for example, I disbursed 100 million, and now I need 300. So this is how I estimated it, and I justified it, and I say I need 300 million now. When the budget is approved, they realize that the budget is limited, and for Almaty there is only a certain amount of money shared, and for a certain disease, for example, then we have to reduce the volume. So in the preliminary request, we make one request, and then we realize that there is not enough money, and we have to reduce this request. As per the 25% reduction, we are only talking about outpatient drug supply, because for inpatient it's only 10%. What could be the reasons? When we form our final request in December, during the procurement process, SK Pharmacia can deliver us the drugs with the marginal price. So they have the supplier, they procured it. It could be not in the beginning of January. The deliveries can start in March only, for example. And the reason could be that we distribute our drugs on a monthly basis, and in an outpatient level, I distribute my request per 12 months. For example, if they didn't procure it in January, in February, in March, and only in April I have this final request, so the volume that I didn't receive for January to March, I will not be able to use it, and then I have to make a reduction in my request, because if this volume will be delivered to me in May, I will not be able to use it until the end of December. That's why I have to sometimes make these reductions. Maybe not for 25%, but I have to reduce for the months for which I didn't receive the drugs. It could be 25%, but for inpatient, I don't know actually the reasons for the inpatient. I'm not dealing with them. Thank you very much. I want to ask our panelists, the speakers, if they want to add something. If not, then we can gradually move to the questions and answers sessions, which we already started. So can we open the next slide just for a second? And here we have a question about the deliveries. We started to talk about the coordination algorithm. So before we receive the next questions, let's just look at what Jamal mentioned and Madina also mentioned. There are so many nuances and details we have to take into account. For example, if we talk about the therapy line, if the drug should be included in the second line of the therapy, we have to plan it that way so that there will be no oversupply, and so there will be no discreditation of the drug, and that will be used as it is written in the instructions and legislation. Bakhjan, did you want to add something? I've been listening to what the colleagues were saying in relation to planning. Our social health insurance fund is also involved in the planning process for the outpatient drugs provision, especially because fund collects all of the requests and then sends it to the Ministry of Health, and then jointly with the Ministry of Health we go to the Ministry of Finance to justify this need for the outpatient drugs provision system. We understand that what government is providing is not always enough, so the initial request is done using the marginal prices, and we need to maximize the quality of our data. Ministry of Finances, when they review our request, they compare it with the procurement prices, and due to these procurement prices, when the general budget in terms of limit is reduced, the volume covered by this budget can go up, and there are such tools. So the more the government provides for the guaranteed state benefit package and from the Republican budget to the outpatient drug supply, we are limited with these budgets. There are some adjustments during the year. You all work in the system. You know how adjustments during the year happen, but there are still some limitations. Thank you, Rahimjan. Can I clarify? Do we understand it right that everything starts from the initial request for the budget that are collected for outpatient drug supply in March, April, in order to then justify it in front of Minister of Finance? Is it right? Yes. In relation to planning, everyone has a different understanding of planning. I'm personally an engineer and also a financist and economist, and I can say that if we introduce automation, there will be many problems solved, but only when we will have personalized needs. As soon as we'll have such personalized needs, it will be easier for us to work. The Social Health Insurance Fund is on the side of the patient. We work for the patient. We have to provide the detailed information to patients, and we can help you here. Thank you. Actually, the second question relates to automation in the future. You mentioned automation. Alexander or Kamjan, who can comment about whether this automation will happen and when will it happen? We get certain information from meetings of the Ministry of Industry. We hope that there will be such automation in the future, and there will be personalized accounting. But when can it be? When can we expect it?
Well, of course, we need to move towards this goal, and we're doing that all together. We're doing together with the Ministry of Health. We already have the architecture of how this process can be put together. I'm sure you all have heard of it. This project means personalized care, delivery, shipment, and marking. This is a long-term project. We all participate in it, and I believe that this project will soon be implemented. Thank you. So we will have the automation, and that will enable us to improve the overall system and planning. And at the end of the day, it will mean that patients get their drugs in time. Yes, exactly. But we need to start not with automation, but with re-engineering of all the processes. We need to define who owns this process, who is responsible for it. We need to formalize it and develop methods. Then we can automate the process. In this regard, a lot of work is done. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Please, Ruslan. Thank you. I am a bit tired of sitting down. For 2 years, we didn't go anywhere, and this is basically the first offline event I visited. I'm happy to see all of you here. People are saying that Johnson & Johnson does not pay anything to anybody. Well, Johnson & Johnson could never pay me because we were the opposing partners. And our competitors were the international manufacturers. But we need to have a well-developed pharmaceutical market. So just some recommendations. And we discussed different details, although all these details might differ. Most importantly, we always talk about healthcare, we always talk about patients. Not much has been done. I've been in healthcare since 2017, and we kept hearing that everything will be digitalized, and that has not happened yet. We don't know who the patients are. So all the financing will depend on that until we say in each region who is the patient, how many people, what their diseases are. We won't be able to say whether our financing is effective and whether it's sufficient. If we don't know our patients, we don't know whether we are effective. We don't know whether our clinical protocols are well developed and how much our hospitals need, how many physicians we need, what medical devices. And we need to know how many drugs we need. Until we know this information, we won't be able to develop healthcare. When we say 25% of things, what sort of healthcare can be effective if you participate as an entrepreneur and you don't know how many patients will come to you? You know whether it's effective or not to build a hospital. Once you know your patients and you know how much your country needs or your region needs, then you can be more sure. Then you know how much you need. Any entrepreneur submitting the drugs will also have the discount in mind. Then we won't have any problems related to deliveries. But when we have such a big amount, of course, all the processes are quite difficult. Sometimes it takes 3 months from SK Farmacia. And also sometimes no one comes and you can't do anything during 6 months. But we developed those regulations, so we can't really complain about that. Now we need to make sure that we do this work. It's a lot of work. It can't be done overnight. And we always talk about what happened. And of course, the pandemic affected the whole healthcare system in the whole world. We also need to understand what happens, and until we understand at what stage we are, who our patients are, we won't be able to move forward effectively. We will need to think what happens tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We also need to keep working the automation. We don't even need to discuss it. If we don't do it, we won't be successful. Of course, when we keep reading news, we get all frustrated. But it's important to do it. No one wants to be responsible for this work. Everybody is just afraid of putting their signatures on a piece of paper. But I believe that the decree of the president will have an effect, and people will no longer be scared of signing documents. Now, as for the automation in future, we have a lot of IT companies in our country who can do things differently. We can pay them some money. They're ready to also get the reimbursement of their expenditures in the process. They can give us IT solutions, and after that, within the PPP, we can reimburse their expenditures. This is a better way, and I hope that this process will be implemented. I don't want to see more arrests. Deliveries, transportation, shipment, all depends on that. How many people we have, how many patients we have. If we could digitalize all that, We will have the information we need. The ministry will know, the hospitals will know whether we have 1,000 people, what diseases, what type of drugs they need. The primary health facilities will know how many patients they have. The physicians will not be overloaded. Just to give you a personal example, I was trying to move the medical records of my wife from Almaty to here, even though we only lived in Almaty 20 years ago. I can't attach it to the primary health care, even though I talk to the doctors and call them, but they have too much burden. I've already tried 15 to 20 doctors, and none of them can help me. I see that the system of healthcare needs to work digitally, electronically. I don't understand how physicians work today without this system. I don't know how they can serve the huge crowds of people that they have. They have a lot of load of work. Some other primary health care facilities are not that overloaded, so we need to work on that. We need to know how many patients we have. We don't need to reduce the stocks. The minimum stock is just the result of having new patients or maybe having another pandemic, and the rest we should not have minimum stocks. It just means we have wrong planning. We launched a system of a single import and re-export back in 2010. This was wrong. We should have said that all the existing legal entities, you have the window of opportunity, import the drugs into the country. Let's remove the barriers. Just bring in the drugs. We need those drugs. Instead, we don't change the system of registration, but we also give the permission for the single import. But 1 or 2 years later, there will be some supervisions and the rest will follow. We don't need to return the system of healthcare 5 or 10 years back. We need to move forward. We need to keep working. We need to say what are the obstacles that we need to overcome. We need to make sure that all the involved parties are effective, and we don't just need to be scared that we do something wrong and we will be arrested. A physician is an important profession. The pandemic showed us that if we don't pay enough attention to healthcare, we won't be successful. We are now proud that we will be raising the salary of physicians, but we won't see any effect. We need to give the high status to the teachers and to the doctors. These are the two professions that need to be highly respected, and their work will depend on the way we plan our work and we create a good foundation for this work. We need to know how many patients we have, 10% or 20%. Now it's probably more like 30%. Thank you. Please let me comment on that. I agree with Ruslan. We do need to have a good planning system, and I believe we need to do it rationally, and we need to make sure that the National Center of Health Development participates in this work. We need to make sure that all this data is taken into account. Also, while looking at the pandemic situation, we need to be able to also take into account all the economic issues. We talk about the prices of drugs, but these are the prices of previous years. When we look at the long-term forecast, we need to have a discounting price. We sometimes forget about that. And I'm sorry, Ravil, we're out of time, but I just wanted to say that keep in mind that we have the former Minister of Healthcare of Poland here. What were the approaches that were used in Poland when planning the needs of drugs? Could you maybe give us a brief information how you calculate the needs, how do you determine the needs, whether it's done in a central way or maybe each healthcare facility does it on its own?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and posing these questions. First of all, you need to know that Poland has much bigger population than Kazakhstan. We have 40 million inhabitants almost. On the other hand, we have much smaller country. The area is probably 10 times, maybe more than 10 times smaller than Kazakhstan. So we do not face the same problems as you do. So the situation is absolutely different. What you should also know that we have reimbursement list for drugs, but also for medical devices. And we have strong competition of many pharmaceutical companies and many medical devices manufacturers. So you should know that in our reimbursement system, companies, so manufacturers, they apply for reimbursement. So if they are listed on the drug reimbursement list without copayment or with 30 or 50% copayment from the side of the patients, if they apply for that reimbursement, so to be listed on the drug reimbursement list, pharmaceutical companies need to prepare health technology assessment reports. And health technology assessment reports, they embrace scoping document, clinical analysis, economic evaluation, but also budget impact analysis. So it is actually the forecast is being done by manufacturers. What else is very important? And we have obviously HTA agency, which performs in the light model, light touch approach in Poland. So actually industry prepares HTA reports in Poland or internationally outside of Poland themselves, or HTA consulting companies, they prepare HTA reports on the expense of pharmaceutical industry applying for reimbursement. If they are reimbursed, then they are going to get paid off. If not, they lose resources spent on health technology assessment. And then there is budget impact analysis there, and we have our governmental HTA agency operational, and that HTA agency actually checks out the quality of HTA reports. Also, budget impact analysis, which has certain forecast. Please remember that all parts of our basic benefits package, which refer to drugs, they embrace health technologies. What does it mean? That means that, as I said yesterday, that drug A can be used in 3 different diseases, 3 different indications. So that drug actually is being a part of 3 different health technologies, right? Because efficacy, safety profile, and especially number of patients in different indications who are going to use that drug will differ. So we list health technologies. We do not list drugs. If you have central public tenders, then you just purchase volumes of drugs. We do not. We reimburse drugs in majority of cases for certain indications. And then if we list health technologies, then there are inclusion and exclusion criteria for the reimbursement. So for example, you have drug N, which is reimbursed in renal cancer. Then you have clear inclusion criteria, what in certain lines, what patients are entitled to be treated with that drug. And these inclusion and exclusion criteria, they are truly very well defined. So they translate to exact numbers of patients who are going to get the drug. And these requirements, they go to the Ministry of Health. And while Minister of Health takes the decision on reimbursement, then manufacturers need to declare that they are going to fulfill the demand for the drug with the supply. So ending up, I would certainly recommend to get industry more involved in projection of supply of the drugs for your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your practice in Poland. Уважаемые коллеги, поблагодарил.
Thank you very much for such a great comment and for sharing as practice in Poland. Now, we have maybe 10 more minutes according to our agenda. And it's important for us to get all the questions done, so we will move on to the questions now.
Good day. I'm from the Center on Mental Health Patients. My question is to the leadership of the SK Pharmacy about the difficult cases. According to the Decree 375, minus 25% is possible, but plus 25%, is it possible when we create the final request? Let me explain you why do we need this. So we get some difficult cases when we see drugs that only happened in the final request. So we only see which exact drugs will be procured only in the final request. And in order to replace one drug with the second drug, we need certain procedures. So if drug A that we wanted wasn't included and only drug B is included, but now would it be possible for us to include such increases in the system? So now I wanted to cover the question that the reduction for 25% is allowed to everyone. We say that up to 25%. Let me also make clarifications here. In the frames of the inpatient care, in accordance with the decree, the adjustment can only be made up to 10%. In the frames of the outpatient care, up to 25%. You apply half a year before the financial year starts. So we all understand that during this year you can have additional patients or reduction in the attached population. Also, budgets are approved by the end of the year. That's why in the frames of this 10 and 25% of allowances, you can adjust your requests. Also, the main adjustment relates to reduction, but increase is done via additional requests. So you have the right to file an additional request straight away as you see which drugs are approved. So this is actually another reason why many hospitals or health facilities have the decrease in some drugs, because they increase the requests, additional requests in other drugs. And that's why we limited this ability. So if the health facility wants to make a reduction for more than 25% or 10%, then they can reject the drugs volume, but it will only be approved if other health facilities in the region have additional demand for that. But for additional requests, there are no problems. Straight away after we receive the additional request, we initiate the procurement. And when we say that it's at least once a quarter, doesn't mean that we have to wait for the 1 quarter. We can, if needed, if additional volume is needed, we can make procurement on an everyday basis. First of all, we buy the pharmaceuticals with our current agreement with the supplier, and if the supplier doesn't have sufficient amounts, then we will announce a tender and we'll try to procure it via tender. We're also talking today that SK Pharmacy is not buying everything in a bunch. Indeed, we have some problems that do not relate to the single distributors. Today we talked about them. There are no potential offers from the suppliers. In this case, single distributor works in different directions, conducts negotiations, searches for new potential suppliers. We also consider direct contracts opportunities. And in parallel, we announce several tenders if needed. At the same time, the volumes will be updated. So the majority of drugs are procured, 97%. For them, we collected the volumes, we conducted procurement, and the delivery is ongoing. But for the ones where we didn't have procurement from the first place, for them we will have additional procurement procedures until we make sure that we have sufficient amount. And with cases where the reduction is not possible, we allow opening the access in order to make sure that the real need will be fulfilled, but the schedule needs to reflect it. But in many cases, I want actually to emphasize that health facility puts the whole annual need for first month, and if we exclude his first month, he will lack the drugs. You will probably all agree that health facilities do this sometimes. That's why we give the right to the health facility to choose what amount do they need. This is related to some problem drugs with which we either have stocks problems or some other problems. Can I also comment? You say that you allow us to adjust the requests. Yes, but not for all drugs. And for example, if we take last year, until May, we didn't have drugs on diabetes mellitus. And there are cases where we can replace drugs, some pills and insulin, but when they delivered it, they just overstocked us with the drugs after May. Now about automation. Automation started several years ago, introducing treatment schemes to the medical information system. So it started, but then it was completely forgotten. And how should we work with the patients for which the treatment schemes are changed quite frequently? For example, we prescribed the drug to Mr. Ivanov. We have a request, we press the button, we have the request initiated. Then we press another button, and it goes to the platform of the SK Pharmacy. But we also have patients with frequently changed drugs. Some patients, for some patients, some drugs are not suitable, like glucanin. Metformin is MNE, but not all patients are. Not for all patients, this drug is suitable. A couple of years ago, we already discussed the opportunity of having a centralized procurement, but at the same time have some personalized approach when the patients can buy the drug that they need and that is suitable to them themselves, and then they will be reimbursed. This is how we had it earlier, partial reimbursement, because when I started working as a pharmacist in an organization, We used to have this system. We had full outpatient drug supply, and there was also partial supply, which meant the patient could buy the drug for 50% of its cost. In regards of the delivery timelines, we make the request, then the schedule says it's 1 month. So from 1st to 30th of April, the drugs can be delivered to us. This is very inconvenient because we wait for this delivery for a very long time. So if we would know it for sure, like from 1st till 5th of April, we would know for sure that it's just 5 days. But when they say it can be from the 5th till the 30th during the whole month, this is very inconvenient. We cannot plan. And in March, they deliver drugs, for example, by the 5th of March. In April, it could be on the 15th of April. And if we issue the drugs for a patient for a month, that means on the 5th of April he will be out of drugs, but next drug is delivered only on the 15th of. Then these patients start complaining to SK Pharmacia. SK Pharmacia calls us and they say, no, we delivered it on time as it was requested. So what can we do in this case? Thank you for your questions. Let me start from the last intervention. When in December you make the request for the outpatient care, you cover January, and now you can make requests for 3 months in advance. In January, already in the outpatient care, you have delivery started, take into account the February. It's not month per month. If you include it in the schedule properly, then in January you will receive your schedule for February. You know our schedule of the movement of our trucks, and you can get access to this truck, to this schedule. And if you have complaints, you can contact us, and we will get together with logistical specialists and we will make changes. But actually, usually this deliveries in current month should cover the needs for the next month. So your planning should go this way, and not like you will say to the patient, come to the 30th of April. In April, you will receive the drugs that you received in March. You have to go a month in advance. Your request should be planned that way. And in relation to the questions, we mentioned that the replacement can happen. Yes, indeed it happens when we have problematic procurement. There could be 2 dosages or 2 groups that can replace each other. We start negotiations already to increase the volume of the drug that is already in procurement and trying to replace it with another dosage or analog drug from the same group of drugs. As per the first part of the question, that you can be overstocked, you can have no deliveries like first months and then get overstocked. Last year, we already started the practice where you can file the request for the refusal. So if you didn't get your drugs on time in January, for example, you have the right to refuse it, but you have to timely file a request for that. Then we will implement the adjustment. But if you just kept silent, then you will get the delivery. So we are ready to consider such cases. These are all private cases, and if you contact us, we are ready to discuss such private cases. This is all personalized. But in general, what I want to say, we arrange our deliveries in accordance with the requests that we receive from health facilities. And the refusal can be filed in the portal only when I have the final procurement. But if in May procurement hadn't happened yet, but when you file an adjusted request, you have to write a letter, you have to attach a letter that you don't need it, and then they will open this access for more than 25%. This is already working. But it's not always an adjusted one. No, this is what we're talking about. The final request is the adjusted request, because you have types of requests: preliminary, then adjusted one. In parallel with an adjusted one, we have additional requests and refusal or rejection requests. Bahar Jamal, thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for your questions. We understand that we are out of time already. We understand that in the frames of one symposium, it's not possible to answer all questions. We didn't talk about the role of clinical pharmacologists in the rational use and planning. And we have Nur Jamal Sabirovna here, who can talk about it. We don't say that it's not important, but we don't have enough time. 2 hours, 1 hour is not enough. But your activity at least demonstrates that this is a relevant topic, and maybe we should have some periodical meetings or reviews of the practical aspects. Because in such a globalization mode, we have to be fast and operative. Many thanks to our panelists and speakers for your presentations, for answering the questions, for finding your time. We want to thank our target audience for staying with us. And this satellite symposium is announced adjourned. And just for one word, we want to invite Alima from the organizers. It's related to the draw game again. I'd like to thank our sponsors, all sponsors who supported our today's event. I'd also like to thank all of you. I hope you liked the program of the event, the format of the event, and that you liked that we want you to be, to the maximum extent, engaged in our discussions, and that you get the full usage of yesterday's and today's events. Now I'd like to ask our technical assistants to start the randomizers. You all received the registration numbers, numbers from 166 until 2005. So please take your numbers, and I will name the number. We have 3 anti-stress watches. Can we generate a new number? Who wins it? Number 2004, the first winner. Next. 174, the next winner. And 177, the next one. So if you go to the organizers table, you will get your prizes. 2 flash drives. 177 and 198 and 171. Please also proceed to the organizers table. 1 metal card holder, 169. You can go and get your prize. And we also have 3 plastic card holders. We need new numbers to be generated. 186, 184, 172. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое. Всем всего доброго.